Oh, hello, Franco. It's Marianne. What's going on? Thank you for the like. I'm about to start drawing tonight. Some human imperial expansionism is what I'm going for. I'm about to start drawing tonight. Oh, let me turn that down. Let me know if the music is too loud or too not loud. I want to kind of keep it on the down low a little bit. I did watch that movie we were talking about, the Invasion of the Body Snatchers, the original one. I really liked it overall. And the 1950s vibes worked for me. I really enjoyed that. Missed you by just a few minutes yesterday. How did you like those movies? Yeah, I watched the Invasion of the Body Snatcher one. I haven't watched the other one yet. That one I rewatched. I had to keep going back a little bit and rewinding just because I kept losing concentration for some reason. I was like tired, but overall, I would say the movie, The Invasion of the Body Snatchers, I really like that one. And like I said, the old timey thing didn't bother me. The only thing that I was sort of confused by was the element of let me get the camera kind of centered here so you can see better. I have to keep refocusing it. The one thing that I was sort of confused by was how the plants took over you. So as far as what I initially thought I understood was that if you fell asleep in close proximity to them, it would be able to replicate you. And then the replicant could obviously start growing and spreading more of the seeds to kind of bring around town and all this kind of stuff. But at the end, towards the end of the movie, there was a scene where the lady, his girlfriend, fell asleep and she became one of them. It seems like from just falling asleep, but she wasn't a replicant. She wasn't replicated, I thought, because she was with him the whole time. So I was like, wait a minute, why did she turn bad? Like you can either fall asleep and become one of them, or the body double can be, one of the body double can become one of the one of the, obviously, the plants. That movie made me think a little bit whether the movie wasn't sort of I mean, obviously it had some, the plant people, I think, sort of represented communism to some extent, like. And then the people were the people, sort of the Americans, and it sort of gave me those vibes. It's sort of like the plant people were like, you don't need emotion, you don't need this, you don't need that. It was sort of like going in that direction. I thought it was a good movie. I can see why it was a classic, and it definitely inspired a lot of the sort of the science fiction where people turn into other things. I thought it was good that it wasn't such as, like, today, like, as far as like being turned into the enemy, we have basically zombie movies, but this movie actually had like an interesting kind of an idea of how that would happen. More, it was more complicated than just zombies, So that was interesting, that it was a more complicated sort of an idea. So I liked it. I still haven't seen the other one. Doctor Strangelove, didn't have a chance to watch that one yet. They look just like your neighbors, and if you're not vigilant, you become one of them. Yeah, you'll become one of them. It's just the life cycle of the like in the beginning of the movie, they were talking about how people were noticing that people they knew are different now, which so you can notice differences because they'll act the exact same and have the memories, but they tend to lack emotion and all this kind of stuff. But I was just confused about exactly how the conversion worked, because sometimes it was like, well, if she falls asleep, she'll become one of them, and sometimes they make a body double, so it was like a little bit thrown off. Or maybe I might have missed something, but I was trying to figure that out. Tomorrow I'm gonna go see the Romulus movie. Hopefully that's decent. I also, one thing I noticed is like the fact that like all the actors looked specifically like the way they should to their era. Like I feel like men and women do not look like that anymore. You know what I mean? There was like a very specific look they were going for what like an attractive person was, and I can't explain what it is. Uh, what it is that they were doing, but they look distinctly like 1950s kind of vibes. Guess that might quick here. Oh yeah, healthy fit. Yeah, well that that is a thing. But I mean, like there was like I mean, just their facial, like the way they lit up the the way they lit up the scenes, like the way they lit up the faces. It was like a different, like women looked different back then. But yeah, they like yeah, there is true that it is weird how people were a lot. Everybody, in fact, was quite a lot more, let's say, healthy and fit. I'm doing my version of the like sort of Starship Troopers propaganda, kind of, because I've been playing Helldivers, and I love that whole. We were talking about that earlier. That whole sort of propagandistic sort of element of it, and I'm doing that basically. I'm telling you, I could be a great. I feel like I have a an eye for like propaganda. I could make some good propaganda. Obviously, it couldn't be as blatant as it was in like the 40s, but well, again, I love it because it's a documentary disguised as entertainment. Right. I mean, it does feel that way. It does feel that way. There's something going on with my table. I sprayed it down with like this new cleaner, not Windex. It's called like Super Clean, and it because I guess it has a degreaser in there, and nothing will stick to my table. I literally had to use electric tape to get on top of my regular tape to get this to stick at all. I'm trying to put I'm trying to do like a daily. I'm trying to do around 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, do a daily stream, and it's. Yesterday it was dry. There was it was honestly sometimes like you just don't feel like streaming, so it wasn't. It was a very quiet stream anyway. Oh yeah, and I enjoyed doing the dwarves. I don't know why. Like I thought it was I'm done with them now. I think I pushed them as far as I can with the current skill level that I have. But that was an enjoyable paint. And like I said, they have a 3D resin printer, so I have a lifetime supply of models. And I think he said he would fund some of the paint if I like basically things that paint for them. They'll fund the paint for that, and then I can do commissions once I get like decent. Can I do like I want to do a like a militaristic propaganda kind of a picture. There's probably going to be like rows of soldiers marching in the background and columns, and then these sort of flying poster propaganda things behind them, like a sort of a pseudo parade kind of thing going on. That's kind of what I'm going for here today. Probably some spaceships in the background, you know, just all the things you would want. In my opinion, one of the best pieces of cinema ever made. I just realized I'm using his left hand to hold the gun. Dang. I guess I can always switch the picture over to the other side or something. Whatever. It looks aesthetically pleasing from this angle, but I just realized that. Because I was trying to think of what side of the gun do the shells come out of. They go to the right, right? Well, las guns don't eject shells. Well, these are. I'm just making stuff up here, so it's like it's gonna be whatever. I'm imagining that these guns are gonna be. This isn't really. I'm just mixing whatever fantasy, like a Starship Troopers and Helldivers, like smashed into one kind of thing. It's always tempting to put a bayonet on a gun for me. I have a hard time resisting just drawing bayonets, but I just know that in the future it's probably, well, even now they're kind of, it's, the end of that era, but they just looks bayonets and just cutting tools on weapons always looks very appealing to me. No, I use my bayonet all the time when I was in Iraq. That's funny. The bayonet is not just for your when you're out of ammo, but any close quarters fighting. Would you really put that on your gun as your if you were going to go through rooms? I with how long. I mean, I don't know how long what your rifle was and all that, but I feel like a rifle is long, and I wouldn't want to like make it more awkward to turn if you had to turn quick and shoot somebody. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you got also another however many inches on top of your gun, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I'm just brainstorming. I don't, obviously I wouldn't know, but I'm just saying if I was going into a house, you know, I'd want the gun to be as short as possible so I can quickly kind of maneuver the gun around. That's a fun idea though. Going into a house with a bayonet, just collapsible, but stock on an M4 is pretty short, really. I gotcha. Collapsible, but stock. Okay. I think that would be the most terrifying kind of fighting is going into houses because like any noob can just sit and point a gun at the door, Like you're basically equalizing like they don't have obviously basically no one can fight America at range meaningfully. But if some noob is just sitting on a stairwell and just pointing a gun at a door, they can at least get a guy or two or something. It just seems that way. Oh, hey, Franco says, have you played the game? Have you played that game called what is the name of it? It's basically I think it's about Battle of Fallujah, and they have this procedurally generated sort of town, the Fallujah, that continually changes, so it's never the same. If you've played it, do you think that game is up to par as far being portraying that conflict realistically, as far as like how random combat is? Well, intelligence directly correlates with reaction speed, and zero point 0.3 seconds is a long time in those kinds of situations. Ah. I don't know. I did the stuff for real. I have zero interest in hockey simulations with limited mobility. I see. Do you like the paint by number video game art simulators? I'm not sure I understand what I don't think I've ever heard of that before. Do you like the paint by number video game art simulators? Is that something that I can look up on Steam? Because that's where I buy most of my games. Like, would that help me with painting soldiers or Warhammer? I'm really into, like, obviously I play first person shooters, but I really like I really enjoy um, real time strategy games, that kind of thing. Me and my buddy go maybe on Steam, and no. Yeah, there's a paint by numbers games on Steam. Let me look into it. Actually, if I open Steam right now, it might like I might dox myself because there's so much different paint by numbers. I'll just type it into my thing. Paint by numbers uh, games. I don't even think I've ever heard of that. Like, you mean like basically like like what I'm thinking, like those like kids books where you it tells you like what to paint and what color and where kind of thing, but on the computer. Is that like am I understanding that correctly? Is there a particularly good one that I should check out? Okay, I gotcha. I just didn't even know they transferred that to video games because it seems like it would be more fun to do by hand. Is there one I should check out that's particularly good? Uh, I never, not really. I've never gotten into that kind of stuff. I'm trying to explain why I don't like first-person shooting game. Oh, because it's paint by number. Okay, too simple compared to the real thing. I'm also really heavy into RTSs though. I like those games. Yeah, paint by numbers isn't exactly like actually making art. That's understandable. If you did the real thing, then it's understandable that it wouldn't be super appealing to do the fake thing. Yeah, I'm also super into strategy games, though. If I'm still wait, there hasn't been that genre has been dead for a while, though. They haven't no major publication except I guess Ages of Empires 4 came out a little while ago, but that game just kind of fizzled out. I'm thinking about trying that Dune game that they got, but I'm still waiting for like a really good, solid strategy game to kind of capture my imagination again. I guess they did make the Starship Troopers game where you command the forces and stuff. That was a neat game. I might title this Sons of Mars or something like that. Or put it under that brand that I've been making. I think one of my favorite worlds from video games is probably Gears of War 5. The way they have that retro futuristic mix of like uh, retro European architecture with like hyper brutal combat and like all these creatures that aren't demons but look very much like demons. I very much enjoy that aesthetic. I guess it could go into like it's kind of like Doom, I guess, in some sense, where there's like all these ancient structure or old looking structures mixed in with futuristic weaponry kind of look. I really enjoy that. Woot, my 3D printed parts came in the mail today. I guess a Redemptor Dreadnought is coming up in the near future. That's awesome. Yeah, I have that problem too. My projects now, my house. Ever since I started mini painting, and I had to organize some space for that, and I'm obviously doing helping my parents with their business out of my house. There's basically like my house has turned into three main stations of where I actually work, where I do streaming, and where I kind of paint. And I have to rearrange some things to be able to get the one thing going over another. I think I'm gonna try having my buddy. I'm gonna, like I said, I want to learn. What is that program? Uh, Not Codon, but Blender, and then start designing my own 3D figures and minis and paint them. I feel like that would be like the dopest thing I could possibly do, is just have my own designs and paint them. I just need to start taking little bites every day out of the pie and start learning that program, because it's I can edit videos in some programs, but it's daunting to learn that much. There's some really good tutorials though online on YouTube. Yeah, I'd like to do that at the same time. How many hundreds of hours will I blow on it? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good models out there. I just enjoy the creative process of I just want to have my own figures, even if it's a little bit, not time efficient. It's a down the road kind of an idea. Yeah, when I'm done remodeling this house, I'll probably consider more. Well, yeah, you got to manage your time. Like right now, like I do very little actual work, so I have more time than ever to sort of play around and experiment with stuff. So I could probably manage it right now with everything that's going on. It's not like I'm working 60 hours a week or anything. So I'll get to it eventually, though. It's like I have a good opportunity since my friends do the 3D printing part, and they said I can just pay them for the resin, and then I don't have to invest a bunch of money into the equipment. That's sort of what's selling me on the idea, is I can just hand over the file, pay them for the print, and they already know what they're doing with all that stuff. So they got a whole half the house dedicated to resin printing stuff. So. And like I said, they sell on Etsy and all that kind of stuff. They got a business going on around 3D model selling, so I can shoehorn myself in there. And if I can build up some sort of popularity, maybe I can sort of sell my own stuff through them or something along those lines if I get enough popularity going. Down the road, of course. I'm thinking I'm gonna have like fleets of some sort of ships flying over in the other direction this way, to create that aesthetic of moving ships. Maybe dreadnoughts really high up or something like that. And then I'm thinking of also adding more soldiers in the background, just kind of shadowed out, standing on this kind of building too. Thunderhawks and drop pods. Well, I feel like this is more of a, if they're drop podding, they're not in the combat. It's just more of like join us kind of thing. I guess there could be drop pods in the background, but they're standing on their own territory right now, or at least that's the way I imagine it. I feel like drop potting on your own territory would like damage concrete and stuff. You know, you don't want to do infrastructural damage for a message. But yeah, drop pods would look good because of the angle they could be coming in. I do love the concept of dropping soldiers in pods on the battlefield. I always just wonder how they would survive the impact. I think realistically, I was thinking about this some time ago. You would have to have some sort of a gel, like the soldier would have to be inside the pod, submerged inside of like a gel that would prevent him from just getting completely destroyed on the impact, or the pod would have to be sufficiently slowed down to where it's not, you know, like if we were actually trying to do something like that, I feel like there would need to be some sort of protective measures. Because even if you submerge the soldier inside of a gel, inside of the pod that's being dropped from space or lower orbit, the brain would still get mushed when the vehicle comes to a stop. So it would be difficult to engineer that aspect of it. Well, these basically two kinds of World War II well, there's two kinds of World War II propaganda poster. Join us, and we will need you poster. Join us is usually a single soldier in dress uniform, while we need you is an action shot. Ah, I see. I'm kind of, you know, deviating. This is more like imperialistic Starship Trooper. You know, um, they're not. They're good. They're good in their eyes. Like these guys think that they're good in their eyes, basically. And they killed bugs, so it's not too bad. But yeah, I imagine the Earth has been assimilated completely under one government rule, and now they're just basically expanding into space. propaganda is art actually very psychologically formulaic. Yes. Well, I think there's different kinds of propaganda for different kinds of people. Depending on if you're targeting the middle class, or if you're targeting the poor kid that needs to get out of his small town, you would apply different styles of there's a certain type of person you can show them like a cool soldier in gear, and get him hyped up around that concept, and then there's like people who need more nuanced. Is one of propaganda is actually yeah, is one of my favorite art styles. Yeah, it's like, the way I see it is like it just depends on who you're targeting, right? Like the what part of the society that some people you just can't get them, you just aren't gonna get them for military stuff. They just aren't into it. um but I'm targeting, I imagine this would target the younger audience, around 17 years old, who's like ready to fight, and they need to be shown cool gear and equipment, and some vague sense of some like very simple slogans, and like Canada did a pretty great one. Let's look them over there. Is that during World War II, you mean? I think you mean the World War II. Yep. I like to push the ridiculousness to the point of almost satire, where it's like very blatant. In this world, the propaganda has went beyond nuanced arguments about what's right and wrong. They're just in full scale war, and they're just using whatever works at this point. Kind of like you saw, the British, in World War One. There was like that famous poster where they drew the Germans like grabbing the German woman or the British woman, and he's like literally a gorilla with like the classic German helmet with a spike on top of it. Just that level, just straightforward, unapologetic. Just think some help pods would help this picture a little bit. Fight with me if you want to live. I might have to consider that in post because I already have the first step joined for our species. I don't want the message to get too confusing. I feel like the slogans should be very simple and straightforward. But when I get the picture to the point of in Krita and I'm doing the final editing, as far as contrast, I might add that in. Well, they're saying the first step, and it's a boot crushing a bug, right? So it's like join for our species is a fight for our survival. the way that turned out. I gotta turn this whole hand. I just realized the angle of the hand doesn't fit the rifle. Hands suck, but I think feet are worse. Like lining up a nose and chin with eyes to all face the same direction. It can be, yeah. Like you gotta follow, you gotta like think through, and it's something I still really struggle with. It's hands are definitely the more mechanically complicated structure on the human body. Um, that's very that's something I struggle with still. Making feet look like they're not floating in the air is difficult. Making things make sense. All of these things require a lot of practice for sure. That's a little bit better. The thing I noticed that before I got further into the I think I'm liking overall. I think I'm liking this. This is definitely more complicated than the last one. The last one I was just sort of, I didn't have to think as much because it was just a creature by himself, without really too much, you know. I feel like designing a creature by itself is sort of an easier thing than having a sort of a any kind of nuance. Anytime you're trying to kind of sort of have the picture tell a story, then it starts to get a lot more thinky. Of course, I get attacked by a baby fly in my room every night. I bought traps and hung them off my ceiling fan, and 0 flies have landed on it. Absolutely 0. I'm gonna go make some coffee real quick. survival of our species depends on you. Oh, hello. You're back. Has to make some dinner understandable. I ate like four just plain egg before I started doing this. I just took like four eggs, put it in the bowl, and put it in the microwave. That was my dinner. Pretty brutal. No spices, nothing. I just wanted to get it done and over with, you know. Get some food in me so I can keep going. Sometimes I'll eat just a can of Spam. That'll hold me over for a couple hours, you know. I'm very simple when it comes to food. I literally just treat it like a medical necessity. I mean, sometimes I'll eat something good, but like usually I'm not, you know. I put like zero effort into food. Spam, yeah, it's good. It's not bad. If you ever try Spam light, you cut it into like French fries and put it in the air fryer. It's actually not that bad with some coffee. Come on. It's easy and convenient. Like you can just stock your shelf with Spam and then it's just always there ready to go. You never have to think about cooking. You know, you cut down on so much time. If I actually like cooked, I just can't. I'm just not fast at it. You know, enough to like make something decent. I'll cook a steak once in a while. You know, put some spices on it and all that. But typically, I'm very like, I don't know. And then if you take Spam and eggs in the bowl and microwave it, 10 out of 10. Don't know how good it might taste. I avoid poisonous, carcinogenic food-like products. I don't like. Oh, you mean Spam? I don't think it's that bad, is it? It's got the ingredients don't really show that there's too much of anything that's like. I remember I can go. Hold on, let me grab a can of. It's not even Spam. It's like I refuse to even own a microwave. No, I mostly the microwave is more for like the eggs and stuff, but like I mostly use the air fryer to like cook meat and bacon and stuff like that. Let me go get a can here. So I made a mistake. It's not Spam. It's Spam is a little too expensive, too upper class for me. So I bought lunch meat. If you can see that, it's a can of lunch meat. So it's like even cheaper. So let's read the ingredients. Pork, salt, water, sugar is bad, sodium phosphates, spices, whatever that means, sodium erythrobate, sodium nitrite. Oh, it's absolutely horrible. Wait, you think a can of Spam is going to tell you how bad it is for you? It's not even. It's just that it can't be that bad. Like I said, it's not Spam. This is like a step below Spam. Spam is a little bit out of my price range right now. I do need to go get bacon tomorrow. I haven't eaten bacon in a while. I can eat bacon just almost day and night, basically. There are three things on there you couldn't even pronounce. Well, yeah, I didn't. Like I said, I didn't really read into it before, but you know, you're right. It's probably not the best. That's just more for like a convenience. You know what I mean? But I eat a lot of meat, basically products. Eggs and whatever, and fish. I really like fish. If I once in a while, I really like the super dry. Like they have a lot of that stuff in Eastern Europe is like super dried fish, and it's like basically like bacon fish, and it's super salty. You're supposed to have it with beer. That's what it's supposed to be for, but I just eat it like the way it is. I just enjoy that stuff. I'm also kind of a fan of caviar, if I'm being honest. Like I can eat caviar, like red caviar, and a piece of bread, like piece of like take a piece of bread, right? Butter, caviar, 10 out of 10. I don't really like the black caviar is disgusting. I'll agree. Black caviar is actually disgusting. It doesn't even taste like food. If you want to eat weird shit, that's fine. Straight up consuming carcinogenic food products is another story. Okay, keep that in mind. I do a lot of shredded or chuck chicken. Oh my god, fly. I do a lot of shredded or chunk chicken, chicken canned in water, very little processing compared to something like spam. Yeah, I just like it's not like it's a super big staple of my diet. I mostly just eat like, I'll cook ground beef or steak or whatever, eggs, stuff like that. The spam is just more for, you know, in case I don't want to spend any time cooking. I might need to go get the fly swatter. I can't handle this fly. It is absolutely annoying. Well, I don't want to shit in the bag and fight infections till I die because I thought something was tasty or convenient. Okay. One second. Yeah, they're not. They. I probably hate roaches more, in general. Overall, I think I still hate roaches more. I think out of all the insects I like the most, I'd say ants. I think ants I relatively am not. They don't cause an advert like a sense of disgust from me, but yeah, flies absolutely disgusting, and I've been taking measures to kill them off as effectively as I can, and they're just still causing me havoc. Let's see. I was just checking out my. Yo, what's the minis? Those are just dwarves I got from my buddy. You probably remember him. He is from the old days, from the martial arts. I guess I shouldn't say his name online, but yeah. Cellar spiders are my favorite house bug. All they do is eat bad spiders. Do you know that giant centipede that has like super light legs and is like longer? It runs super fast. I guess those are supposed to be just pure hunters. They don't make nests and they don't do pest things. I guess you're not supposed to really kill those. I find them quite disturbing to look at. I don't like them, but I found one the other day. Well, when I say the other day, a couple months back, and I didn't kill it just because, from what I heard, they have a very fast. Yo, Fleming, I served in the army with a Fleming. Well, yeah, some bugs I like, ants I like, everything else I don't really like that much. Right on, I bet he was cool. 。 So Warhammer mini. These are not. Those are from. These are from. These are just D&D characters. But I have my buddy actually. He dropped off. My buddy he just dropped off a bunch of like boxes of his old Warhammer stuff that he never painted or assembled most of them, and he's just like, here, you can just paint them for, and have some of them or whatever. He doesn't really care, but he wants some of them to put on his shelf. But yeah, I have a lot of. I actually have my own that I haven't started yet. I have Imperial Guard that I haven't started, and then there's a Primarch that I need to do. But I'm going to, as long as my strategy is, if I have commissions, I'm doing commissions first because I need to generate some income. But I'm painting 40K. What are you working on, Fleming? Justin, have you started painting yet? You need to start You need to start buying Warhammer, dude. That's where the future is at. I actually know who this. I know who this kid is. Like, I know him in real life. That's why I'm like, I know he doesn't paint. Nothing. I'm not artistic. I just enjoy content from other artists. I just do overtime every day and watch everyone's creativeness. Nice. And my creativeness is the one you should be watching the most, because I need the viewers for sure. Otherwise, if no one's commenting, it's just pure silence. Yeah, but this is I don't. Well, I'm trying to be careful with what I say. I don't want to dox anyone. But yeah, I'm just out here drawing like propaganda posters for the future of mankind. They're welcome to borrow it when they go to war against bugs. Hold on 1 second, I gotta go get a... a weapon of choice. I gotta do some murdering up in here. Next time that fly makes a mistake, it's done for. Watch out for this sneaky guy. He likes spamming microwave eggs. Take this guy out from. No. Look, I'm sort of being entertaining, but like at the same time, it's not out of the question that I'll just microwave eggs, and it's not out of the question. I'll eat like anything weird. I mean, for me, it's mostly like I just don't want to cook, you know. Yeah, I do not have standards when it comes to food. Like, I'll just pretty much put anything in my mouth. But I'm health conscious, you know. He drew a tattoo of mine. He has great skill. However, his eating habits are that of a peasant from 2000 BC. Yeah, no, it's true. It's not. Yeah, I just like my rolling machine and rock marching. Oh. Is ruck marching, is that where you put weight on yourself and just go like a really long distance? Yes, like a 80-pound backpack for 10 miles. Okay. Hey Justin, write in the comments, is the music too loud? Should I turn it down a little bit? Because it seems like it's getting too loud. Cardio gross. I've been doing weight pull-ups with 25 lb, 4 reps of 5. I'm actually done with working out. I figured out you actually don't have to do any of that, and you know, if you just stop. I'm just not into it anymore. I used to be all about that stuff. Now I'm just like, dude, I can't even imagine. Music is good. It can be tuned down a hair. All right, that's what I thought. We'll go down to negative 17 dB. Justin, tell him about my when I was younger, how athletic I was. Was I not athletic? Did I not do tournaments and stuff? I used to be somebody. Now, dude, I can't even imagine like going to the gym now. Seems very unfun. Backflips up a tree type stuff. Now he draws his depression very Edgar Allan Poe like. It's not untrue. It's not untrue. Hey, Justin, are you gonna go see that movie? Are you gonna go see that Romulus movie? Because we should go see that. I got like 2 people going now. I made the mistake of sparring with this artist back in his prime. Big mistake. I used to be pretty good at. The gym is on fun. That's why I like my rowing machine. It's hooked up to a projector. I can row up and down rivers or in the sea while in my house. Full body workouts. Takes less time too. I totally agree. Hey Justin, are you gonna go see Romulus? We're gonna go see it at 11 tomorrow if you want to come. I'm trying to get as many people to go at the same time as possible. You gotta admit that trailer for the movie looks pretty decent. And it does look like it's gonna be pretty scary. Like, Yes, I'm going regardless, so you should invite me. Well, yeah, if you want to go tomorrow at 11, I got two people for 11 o'clock. They don't know yet that they're going with other people, but I'm gonna start picking people up and going as a crowd. There are no thoughts in my house trying to pretend I'm a creep for their TikTok video. Sorry, I misread that. And there are no thoughts in my, yeah, I know what you mean by that word, in my house trying to pretend I'm a creep for yeah, yeah. You can get in trouble. I mean, honestly, and I'm not trying to get all crazy in here, but you can get in trouble like nowadays. When I go to the store, my eyes are straightforward. I go straight for the spam. I get my eggs, then I go straight home. Sci-fi movies are making a comeback. Legit, Dune was fantastic. Oh my god, I enjoyed Dune. There was a couple things. All right, you guys want to hear me complain about Dune? Do you remember that combat scene where they were like taking out one of those mining rovers or whatever? And then here's the fun part. They go under it for some reason. They're fighting around it, and then dudes from like a mile away get up with this laser beam and one shot it. And I'm like, why didn't you just do that? Like, why did you have to go like under it? You know what I mean? Why did you do all that like fighting? It'd be one thing if it would make sense if they had to take out one of those helicopters that would govern over it. That made sense. But then, like, they just one-shot it from the outside. They should have had some sort of shield system that they had to crawl under that big rover, take something out that the shield would be gone, that the laser could just one-shot it. But the combat made no sense. I'm like, why didn't you just shoot it if you could have like, you have this super weapon that's handheld that can take out these city-sized like vehicles? Like, dude, like, you don't need to do all that work. Lol, go straight for the spam and the eggs. Yeah, exactly. I don't talk to anybody. I go straight for people complain about self-checkout, but guess who's not in the line? Written by women. I mean, I think it's just, you know what? I think a lot of times this organization is like they started filming the movie, and then like they started writing it, and then somebody like realized halfway in like that they're like in like a logical problem, but then like they're like, most people won't know. Like, they're not gonna know. So it's like it just works. Just because most people, and me and my buddy were talking about this on the ride home. I'm like, so why did they do like they didn't have to do any of that because they have a laser beam that one shots all their vehicles. Oh, and then yeah, I forget what they're called, the people that were evil, the white looking guys. They were just constantly they were just so brutal. Like, I think they were trying to express how brutal they were, but it kind of didn't work because I don't believe that like people that are that idiotic with like just self-damaging their own civilization by constantly like killing people and stuff, that like they could handle any kind of global task of managing this, spice operation. They were just constantly like so dumb that I'm just like, who sent these whatever their name is to manage any of this? They're like literally idiots. And like the fat dude that was replaced with a skinnier guy, because he was gonna like come in there and like fix up the operation. He was just like, he brought in like artillery to go bomb the base, to go bomb their cave or whatever, and I'm like, the other guy didn't have officers to suggest. The other guy didn't have officers that would be like, yo, like, we have these artillery barrage vehicles. Like, why don't we? It's just like the whole movie was just like I think the parts that ruined it were the combat, because like if you think about it, all of this equipment is available, and they just don't use it, I guess. But then the other guy does use it, so he's like a super competent leader. Complaining about laser mechanics whilst watching sandworms and being okay, haha. The Harkonnens were the orcs of that world. The thing is, you look at their technology, right? Now, unless it was given to them, but it definitely has its own architectural style, which suggests to me that it was built by them. But if you have two brain cells, you can't build arenas and spaceships and cities and all this complicated architecture and be like completely like gone mentally. And they just like, I'm just like, yeah, I get that they're like dumber than the other factions, but or whatever, but I'm just like, yeah, but not, they can't be that dumb, you know, like, you know. But yeah, I have to complain about the lasers because like you could kill worms with that thing. You could kill, yeah, the worms wouldn't be a problem either. You just one shot that thing. It's, you know, they definitely should have had like somebody that was in the military go over before they started like filming the combat action scenes. Sorry, I thought I had a hole in my armpit. Before and like go through it and be like this does not make any sense at all. Like there's no reason to do this. Uh, yeah. So yeah, I just that's the only thing that got me. That kept pulling me out of the movie. Like if they just did like when he gave his son that arena to like kill the one dude, and if that's all it was, like oh here's your birthday gift, you get to kill this wee guy or whatever, I would believe that. I would have been like this is fine, this is like their tradition, they're very brutal. But then there's like 30 other scenes where he's just cutting people's throats, and I'm just like, how's this like civilization sustainable at this rate? You know what I mean? They're just like too stupid for me to believe they could accomplish any kind of complicated task. But having said all that, I would still go see the next movie. It was good enough to where I thought it was solid. Like there was definitely flaws in it, but it's still fine. Like oh, Nikifor, would you ever get high and draw? Feel like with being legal in your state, it would seem fun. I wouldn't get high. Like I said, well, I don't know if I said that. I've tried weed. It's just not for me. I feel like me getting high, like I'm already not normal enough that I don't need like drugs to be like more not, you know what I mean? Like I'm good. Like I already, you know, I've tried it. It's just not my thing. I like beer, to be honest. Like I'll drink beer, once in a while, but even that's not good for you. But still. I forgot what I was even talking about. That's another reason I can't smoke weed, because it's like I'm already dumb. I can't get any dumber than I am now. I smoke herb and love to paint high. 10 hours. It's like nothing. I think 10 hours for me is a little much. Like, I can't, I have to be, like, right now, the way I'm drawing and talking to you guys, I could do that for like 8 hours. But if I'm just drawing, like, super laser focused, my brain would explode. Like, I definitely, like, need breaks if I'm just straight drawing. I'm not knocking it. I've tried it, and, like, I was, you know, I thought it was an enjoyable experience. It is legal in our state and stuff like that. I'm not super worried about it. I'm just saying, like, I rather, like, I enjoy beer and just like nursing a beer and just like drinking slowly and like not getting blitzed, but just getting in the groove of things, you know. Like that's my style. Is I just like to get just a little drunk, and that helps open up my ideas. And I'll say I definitely get more fun when I'm a little bit lit. Sprinkles, that would be the only way I could paint. Uh huh. Justin, you should really consider getting into painting. It's not what you think it is. It's way better. Do it. Yeah, dude. I can get you started. I could never drink and focus on something so small in detail. I would end up breaking the minis. See, it's not. It depends that you can't get blitzed. You just sip on the beer. You just get enough to where you feel it. And again, I'm not endorsing. I'm not on YouTube endorsing anything. I'm just saying you can't obviously get blitzed. You're not drinking. You're just taking it easy, having a sip here and there. You know. I wouldn't call it. I feel like they would frown upon that, but that's funny. You should definitely. I mean, if you're saying you paint for 10 hours a day, like, or you could, I would definitely start a channel because that's part of the success is being able to stream for a really long time. I honestly have a fairly limited like stream stamina. Like I can only do it for so long before my brain just gets fried. I would do call it chill and paint, something that sort of signifies. No, wait, what? Oh, uh, yeah, I don't know. If you wanted to name it with some insinuation of that you're. I'm not sure if you can stream and smoke on camera and have that and get away with it. I'm not sure. I would like to paint some Empire from Total War Old World, but just enough to play the board game. I have done D&D and would love minis for a campaign as well. I have a group. You have a group? I can, but keeping a schedule is a hard part for me. You don't play D&D, do you, Justin? Yeah, the Sigmar, whatever World of Sigmar they call it, Dwarf Paladin. You actually play D&D? I didn't know you actually played D&D with anybody. His name is Justinus. Yeah, that's funny. I'm looking to join a D&D game over Skype. Do you have any room in your group? I'm trying to find a group also. I want to find some kind of thing related to something like that. It's it's in person, unfortunately. I like playing a paladin too. Mine is named Elia Knows, pronounced all the anus. You want to go to Renaissance Fair? How much is that? Does it cost to get in, or do you just have to like what do you got to do to get into those things? I'll go. I mean, like, is it Middle Ages or is it? Because I like medieval stuff. I just don't like the Renaissance age. Like when they got that puffy clothes and stuff. That's kind of a turnoff for me. I really like the age when everyone wore like metal armor and the peasants had almost just barely any clothing. Haha! I had a World of Warcraft paladin named Toe Sucker. SCA degenerates. I'm not sure what that stands for. But yeah, I'll go to the Renaissance. You know what I mean? Like whatever. It'll be interesting. I feel like it's like definitely a lot of nerds there for sure. You know what I mean? You're definitely gonna deal with some like ponytail people. You know. SCA what? I'm not sure. I'm not even sure what he's saying. Some neck beers there for sure. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's definitely you gotta be ready. They probably take it super seriously too. I'm trying to position the lamp so the glare doesn't. Jesus. No, I don't like that position. Fuck it. I'm gonna move it around a little bit. That'll work. This message is held for review. I can't read that out. A society of creative. I'm not sure which of these words I can't say for YouTube. Medieval festival that have drunken something of obesity after the wasn't Pacific Northwest but bought a house in the Bible Belt last fall. Good place to be very humble. Justin, are we in the Bible Belt, or are we? Where are we at? Are we the Rust Belt, or Midwest? Well, I know we're in the Midwest, but I didn't know if I don't know if that was like a different. Yeah. And lots of alcoholism. Lots of alcoholism. It doesn't even make sense why they tax us so much. It's like really ugly out here. There's like very little opportunity, but the taxes are like you live in a city, or like they just are completely outrageous. I mean, we don't have the fancy names. We're stuck in the middle. Yeah, we kind of are. We're definitely not fancy, that's for sure. We're just humble folk getting by out here. It would be nice to be taxed lower. However, being by Chicago, we suffer. Yeah, yeah, we definitely, yeah. Justin, I'm shocked. I'm shocked to find out you've been playing D&D. I've been sort of trying to find a group, but I am like afraid to get committed because then it's like if it's not the right group and then the people are just like not your style, then it's gonna be like horrible. You can always come try it out. Most of the time, just getting everyone together is the hardest part. Lots of postponement and reschedules. Who do you play? Is it people I know? Do I know these people? I just didn't even see this coming. Like this is news to me. Oh, and you've been streaming a 3 hour. You can swear all you want. YouTube only cares if it's in the first 5 minutes. You don't have to worry about censorship or demonetization. Demonetizations this far into a stream. Oh, okay, perhaps it's an odd group. We'll talk later about it if you're interested. For now, I'm going to get some sleep. I got you, buddy. All right, I appreciate you stopping by the stream. Someone from real life. Which is always interesting. Sounds like it's about to thunder outside. I'm interested, just need to set up a touchpad in the room so I can listen and chat. Honestly, I've never played D&D, but I'm open to it. Do I have a blue? I still DM my buddies in Oregon, but I want to play in a game. See, I was gonna find a blue pencil and add a little bit of color to my picture. See if I got something. Let's see. Oh, that's right. I know where I got some pencils. Oh, yeah. I bought these from Germany. I guess they make them in Germany. I'm not sure. Watercolor. Fuck. These are watercolor. Not that it matters. I can still handle them, but I don't necessarily want to use watercolor ones. Ugh. How do I not have any? I would usually have random pencils that are. Oh, I guess there it is. What is this? Baby blue. Blue noir. I just want this sense of a little bit of blue. I want to add a little bit. We just use voice chat and do like a conference call most of the time together in one location, but there's been a few times when some were in a conference call with me. I see. It's always really great. Yeah, it's definitely easier to do it in person. Simplifies the whole formula. Well, it makes it more. I like being in person because it makes it more cool. I got some orange. I think it's orange. How the fuck? I just don't understand how I had colored pencils and I don't, like, just laying around. Or whatever. I don't mind. This way I can chain smoke and puff on my pipe without having to excuse myself from the building. Yeah, I gotcha. See, that's why I like dip, just because dip doesn't. I don't like smoke inside my house, and dip kind of like was the solution for that. Dip is only for airplanes, in my opinion. I see, I see. Man, it just started raining hard out there. Honestly, I'm not even gonna lie. I'm kind of thank you for the like whoever just left that. I really appreciate it. I'm kind of digging where this picture is going. I like the pseudo-European architecture with like this kind of like aggressive propagandistic kind of vibe. I'm just loving it. I hope I don't. I need to be careful not to mess it up, but I'm just kind of approaching it slowly, just kind of easing into it. I play D&D with a touchpad. I can carry it outside with me when I smoke a cig. Normally don't smoke in the house, but this remodel doesn't matter. I don't smoke in the one room that's finished. Ah, I see. Honestly, and I'm not even kidding, I think that painting has improved my like the way I look at shadowing. I sort of used to just shadow based on where I thought the light would be. Now I just like cheat to tell a story a little bit more. It really it's really like trans kind of I noticed my mentality towards shading is like different now. Yeah, I would say it looks a little bit more. Well, this is kind of like I like the way this is. I can do the more realistic kind of look. However, I just mean having those gradients. And yeah, it is more like comic booky. But having those gradients to draw attention to where I want more so than just blatantly putting light where more volumes and gradient with less hard lines. No, I can do the stuff with just making it more. Um, I can't explain it. Just the way I think about it has changed a little bit. I think it all helps. I think if you draw and then like focus on something that's related to drawing, kinda, and then you go back to drawing, it really helps. It just does somehow like help a little bit. See a slightly different perspective. There he is, buddy. What's up? I know he's gonna come into this room, fart, and leave. I like copying wildlife photography with color pencils, hummingbirds, and probably my favorite are probably my favorite subject material. Gotcha. I just borrow things from nature to draw my own horrific things. Insects being my favorite thing. If insects were just the size of dogs, we would be living in an eternal nightmare of an existence. Yeah, they have lots of dynamic motion in a still image, lots of vibrant colors, and there's also usually a flower in the image too. Lots of color blending. Okay. I think I've always just sort of stuck to, I don't know why, but I've always been inclined to just sort of draw out of my imagination. Um, you know, being like, having that typical, all of my books in school would have something on them. I just couldn't really focus on school. I did not enjoy it. Wanted to draw. That's all I wanted to do. My better ones I frame with photo. My better ones I frame with the photograph as I'm trying to replicate hyper-realistic photography, like showing the side by side matted in the same frame together. Okay. Thank you for the like, whoever left it. I appreciate it. I did a hyper realistic line with just pencil once, probably my best to date, but I can't be spending 200 hours for some people just respond with, yeah, that's cool, for just not worth it me when no one is. I gotcha, yeah. Mine, the colored hummingbird through, though, are closer to 40, 60 hours, so are more enjoyable to produce. Yeah, I would say 200 hours is that's a very, that's a lot for a project. Yeah, I got into it. I got into art. I think it's just because my mom was into it. Like, she's a professionally trained artist. So I kind of went in that, like, I just had it. Like, I saw it and it was available. And I had all the tools. But I do think I had, like, a genetic predisposition to want to draw too. Like, maybe from her, maybe whatever. But I just like the idea that I can sit down and create whatever I want out of my imagination, and that you just get better if you practice. And I don't know, just the whole thing just really, for some reason, the act of drawing, I just really enjoy just sitting here and drawing for absurd amount, I mean, like, I know most people find it like it's like torture to them, but I quite enjoy it. Same, but after my brain injury in Iraq, I can't just freehand from memory anymore. I need reference material now. Okay. That's what happened to my buddy. Well, not that exact thing, but he got he got blown up like 3 times. He told me he basically registered like 3 massive brain traumas until they just basically said like, you took too much damage. We gotta let you go. I think he has full. I think he's got like full medical benefits or whatever. They take care of him. I'm not really sure, but I think he said something like that. But yeah, it's kind of a similar. Okay, time to convert 3 company heroes into Blue Guard veterans. Is that what you're doing right now? Yeah, I finished all my models for tomorrow's game, so time to get some other shit off my desk while it's clear, lol. Yeah, that's for sure. Excited to see Romulus tomorrow night. Oh yeah, I am too actually. I'm a big fan of the Alien films. In fact, when I finish this stream, I might just go see an Alien film. Uh, on the internet, just because it does sound like a good idea right now. They just Geiger did such a great job with the creature design that it's so iconic. And I have two models in my kitchen on top of the cabinets, just to remind myself. Oh, you know what? What would be a good idea for me to finish this up, and then since the movie is like basically out now, I think. Oh, it's technically the 16th, but for me to do an alien um picture, maybe that would get some eyeballs in here or something like, get the algorithm excited. But yeah, that movie is definitely. Have you seen Mondays? It's a hand-drawn 80s style anime aliens fan film that's superb. It's free on YouTube. Let me write that down. Alright, Mondays. Alien anime. Alright, I'll check that out. That sounds like a good idea. Sounds like a plan for tonight. I think this is a good place to leave off this picture. I'm 4 hours in. I actually don't feel that tired, if I'm being honest, because I'm not staring at tiny, tiny, tiny details. This is actually pretty good for my eyes. But yeah, I think this is a good place to for me to leave it off. Go check out that film you were talking about, and hopefully I'll be back tomorrow to do another stream. Just keep it all going. All right, man. Appreciate you hanging out with me. I'll give you a salute for your military service, and I'm gonna get going, I guess, for the night. Thank you.